and I will fight in Iponia.
Good morning and welcome to the 2019 European Judo Continental Open in Prague. I'm your host, Lincoln Han, and this is a one-day event for all categories in the women's division. And we'll have three mats contesting all the 7 categories. On mat 1, we'll have the under 63, under 52 kilograms. On mat 2, under 57, under 48 kilograms. And on mat 3, under 70, under 78, and over 78 kilograms category. As it is an Olympic qualification event, there's a big international presence. We have players from faraway countries like China, Mongolia, and even the USA. In particular, China brought 12 players, and these are their #1 players, and they're looking to gain valuable Olympic qualification points as well as experience. As usual in Continental Opens here in Europe, it's predominantly participated with European players, but it would be good to see Asian and Pan American players joining this event as well. And we have a big participation at this event with 166 players from 29 countries. So we should be seeing some exciting mixture of styles on these 3 mats across different categories. So to start, we'll be following under 57 and under 63 kilograms category on mat 2. And if you would like to see the other weight categories, you may switch to different mats on YouTube. And today, we're going to have the first match starting on mat 2 between China's Tongjuan Lu and Anna Dabrowska from Poland. So coming up is Lu in white, representing China, and Dabrowska from Poland in blue. As I said earlier, China is sending its top team here, and we're seeing more of China these days in these European Open events, whereas in the past they didn't participate as many of these Continental Open events, and now they're trying to gain more experience internationally, fighting especially European players to gain the necessary experience to fight on a international stage. So Dabrowska comes strong, but almost gets countered here in the opening seconds. She manages to stop the action from Lu. Big Haraigoshi, Haramaki Komi from Lu. Manages to get rotation, but not enough to get a point. Nice counter from Lu. Scores of Vazari. And is that going to be Osakomi? Not yet. She hasn't managed to turn over Dabrowska. And now the Osakomi is on. And I think she's going to finish it on the ground. And Lu takes the first win in the preliminary match. Well, coming up, we have Asila Toprak from the Great Britain in white and Mithiode Bryant from France in blue. Toprak is only 20 years old, and she won the European Continental Open in Belgrade in 2017 as the youngest winner of that tournament. Mathieu is 22 years old from France, and she won the French University Championships last year. So these young players are here to gain some experience at the high senior level international tournament. Halfway into this match, we got a penalty to each player here. Both are trying hard to control each other's sleeve hand. Now Toprak's going straight into the Sankaku Jimmy. She gets that arm trapped. And she can turn her opponent over. It looks like she's trying for the Sankaku Jimmy from the frontal position, and she manages to lock her legs. So this is going to be pretty tight. She may not be able to turn over Bryant for the osekomi. And the referee called mate. Yeah, when they have the Sankaku Jimmy from the front, from the top of the back, if they can't manage the turnover, their best bet is to finish with the strangle. And if they can't finish with the strangle in time, then it's very likely referee will call mate. Oh, Sionagi with Toprak falling off the wrong side with just seconds left on the clock. And the British coach is calling the wave off at that point, but I don't think he's going to be called off. Let's see the replay on that action just to clarify. Well, it looked like Bryant came for Sionagi and Toprak just lost her balance and fell off the wrong side. She did lose her balance and control. Even if her coach disagrees with it, it's a disappointing result from the first round for Toprak, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more of her in the future. And that said, Bryant goes through to the second round. So coming up is another British player, Josie Steele from Great Britain in white. And then we have Leslie Korn from the Netherlands in blue. So another young player, Josie Steele. I believe she was the youngest to win a medal at the European Continental Open in the UK, and I believe that was last year exactly in Glasgow. And Wazari is scored for Korn in the opening seconds. Dutch player likes to take the high collar grip here, trying to force a reaction from Steele. And Korn is also a very young player at 20 years old, so both are still juniors. still the taller of the two players is trying to use her reach advantage to control her opponent with that high collar grip. And now the table has been turned. Looks like the corner's got it, and referee called mate, probably because the lapel was over the chin. Once again, you can see Korn trying to apply the Okuri 80 Jimmy, grabbing outside of the leg, walking around, applying pressure with the hip, and still manages to escape by getting up on her feet.
In white, Maya Koya representing France. In blue, Karina Sargsyan representing Ukraine.
Once again, still finds herself in the position vulnerable for the strangle, and that's could really be a vulnerable position. She's twisted like a piece of pretzel there. Very odd position. Well, Korn is applying the pressure onto her opponent's shoulder. I don't know if she's going to be able to get that strangle. Well, looks like Steele is out. She didn't get time to tap. She was defending that for too long. Didn't have enough time to respond with the submission. Well, sometimes it's better to tap in time. So you can see that Steele applied the submission 3 times and finally, Korn applied submission on Steele 3 times and finally catching Steele for the shimiwaza. And that's just an important application of the transition to the ground. So even when you do a technique, it's important not to let off your guard once transitioning to the ground. So Korn goes to round 2 for the Netherlands. So sometimes we see from players when they come in for a big attack, and if that fails, they put themselves in a vulnerable position and they don't know what to do afterward. And that's when they get caught. And if you get caught once, twice, maybe it's a good idea to change strategy. So coming up next, we have Nitzan Meron from Israel in white and Daniela Balog from Hungary in blue. Meron from Israel is 24 years old, and she has won a bronze medal at the European Cup, Junior Cup in Prague back in 2014. And last year she won third place at the Israeli National Championships.
Next contest, weight number 121 from China, Judo from Kazakhstan, Alpine.
Balog from Hungary is 23 years old. She's a little bit more experienced internationally. So we're seeing a lot of junior and younger senior players in this tournament.
And one winner in white, representing for Republic of China, a na tatami číslo 1 nastupuje bílé kimono Helen ze ZUDP s kapelunou a modrým kimonou Michaela Kulíková, Česká republika.
Well, Balog tried for that Uchimata Haraigoshi with the over the back grip, but managed to throw herself back after losing her balance. So Vazari goes to Meyron. It was a weak attack, and Meyron did a good job to counter her opponent. You can see in the replay when possible. Balog tried for that Uchimata to Sumigaishi switch. And you can see the replay when Balog lost her balance and got pushed onto her back. Came in for a weak Uchimata, lost her balance and fell onto her rear, got pushed on her back. Well, there goes a Sumigaishi switch, and she's been trying that several times in this match. So finally, Balog gets it. We saw her trying this earlier, coming forward with Uchimata and then put the leg across for the Sumigaishi switch. So we have a Wazari each on board, and just under a minute left. You can see it in the replay. She came in for Uchimata and then switched to the Sumigaishi. Very nice combination, catching the opponent off guard. So Ippon goes to Meyron in the dying seconds of this match. Let's have a quick replay of that. So very nice forward and backward switch. Classic combination with the hip twitch. Actually, it was a counter to Balog's Uchimata. So Balog came in, Uchimata, and Meiron came back with a Kosoto Gari Tanyotoshi movement to score the second Vazari for Avasete Ippon. So that puts Meiron to the next round. So coming up, we have Maria Skora from Ukraine in white and Tina Sikic from Croatia in blue. That's a Vazari to Skora against Sikic. Sikic is 24 years old. She won the Croatian championships this year. Skora from Ukraine is 22 years old, and she won the European Cup in Bratislava back in 2017, as well as a bronze medal at the European Mixed Team Championships last year. You see in the replay, a nice drop Seonagi from Skora. She set it up with a Kosotogari and follow up with a nice drop Seonagi. Almost Uchimata Sakashi. Well, Skora does well to control her opponent's sleeve. And it looks like Sikic is a little bit frustrated, not being able to put an effective technique in the match here because she has her right hand dominated. So second penalty goes to Skora. Looks like Sikic is trying to play this a little bit more tactically. She's got enough time to force a third penalty if she cannot bring back a score against her opponent. With just 24 seconds left, Skora leads with a Lazari, but down by 2 penalties. So can she keep her Lazari and avoid taking a third penalty? I think she might just be able to do that.
Next contest, on number 1. In 1
And that's it. Maria Skora goes through to the second round. Maybe we can see a replay of her technique. So nice drop Seonagi. Shiwaza followed up with a nice lateral movement from the Seonagi. Kept driving to the side. Manages to throw her opponent on the side for Bazari. Coming up, we have Lily Nair from the Great Britain in white and Angelis Lopez Aguilera from Spain in blue. Nair is 21 years old and she won a bronze medal at the European Cup in Orenburg, Russia in 2018. And her opponent from Spain, Lopez Aguilera, is also similar aged. A very tall, rangy player. We haven't seen her much in international competition, Aguilera. And now Aguilera is trying to set up for Sankaku Jimmy. Turnover. Nair manages well to defend it. Trying to pass her opponent's legs, but Aguilera manages to use her long legs to keep her opponent from passing. Nice entry for Seonagi. Didn't manage to get the lift. It was well timed. Kataguruma. Interesting. Aguilera came in for standing Seonagi, and her hips were way too far out. And she gets off balanced. And Nair manages to score the first Vazari in this match. So again, that was a little bit of a weak attack from Aguilera. Oh, nice Ashiwaza there. Almost gets Aguilera onto the side of the back. You see the Seonagi entry, just didn't have the control of the sleeve, the lapel. Yeah, and the hips were too far out. Aguilera is really taking the fight to Nair, pushing forward. Nair came in for Kataguruma, gets a nice lift and scores the second Vazari. It was very well timed because Aguilera was pushing forward and Nair just dropped right under her much taller opponent. Gets the lift onto her shoulder, and that puts Nair through to the next round. So let's see the replay of the last action. It was very nice. Both were pushing forward, and Nair dropped so deep between Aguilera's legs and loaded Aguilera onto her shoulder and twisted to the side to score the Vazari. Very nice finish for Nair of the Great Britain. Nice pop-up to finish that Kataguruma. Coming up, we have Etteri Laperteliani in white from Georgia and Ibolia Siroki from Hungary in blue. So Laperteliani is 19 years old and she won the European Youth Olympic Festival back in 2015, and she's related to world champion Varlam Lapertiliani. I guess you could tell that from the last name. Shiroki in blue from Hungary is 23 years old. And she's not anymore a junior, but she did take a second place at the under 23 in championships in Hungary back in 2017, as well as the 7th place in the European under 23 championships in the same year. So now she is no longer eligible to fight in under 23, and this is one of her first senior level event at the Continental Open level. A big uranagi from Lepertiliani, didn't manage to score, but nevertheless has startled her opponent. She came in strong with the Ouchigari and somehow ended up behind the opponent and then picked her up for the uranagi. Again, uranagi. Now there must be a score. So Shiroki came in for the Koshiguruma. Gets picked up by Lepertiliani. And it's a very Georgian style fighting. We have seen many Georgian fighters who are specialists at the big pickup throws, whether it's uranagi, utsurigoshi, obiturigaishi. You can never underestimate them when you get close contact. They're very good at countering these forward attacks. So just 41 seconds left on the clock. Lepertiliani is ahead by Wazari, and Shiroki is down with 2 penalties and no score. So can't afford another penalty. That's it. And the match goes to Lepertiliani. Big uranagi, we can see from there. Total commitment. You can see that Shiroki tried to hook onto the far leg with Kouchigari, but anyway, Lepertiliani lifted that leg for extra momentum and threw her opponent onto the back. Barteliani goes to the second round. So here we have between Ariel Bezalel of Israel in white and Bakit Krusakbayeva from Kazakhstan in blue. Well, we're definitely seeing more of the Central Asian players at the European Continental Opens in the last 2 years. Just 2 weeks ago, when I was in the Continental Open tournament in Rome, there was a big Kazakh team as well as a Chinese team. So it's nice to see that these East Asian players and Central Asian players are coming to participate in the European events more often. Well, the referee is waiting for a video review. And the match continues. Well, first Vazari scored. That goes to Bezalel of Israel. Bezalel is 23 years old. She took 5th place at the 2017 Grand Prix in Tashkent. Oh, nice Uchimada Sakashi. That scores Bezalel a second Vazari. Not the fastest Sakashi, but nevertheless it's the same mechanics. You see in the replay, Kazakh came in and Bezalel just steps out of it and avoids her opponent and manages to rotate her opponent onto the side for a second Vazari. So here we have Margriet Bergstra in white from the Netherlands against Bettina Tamakova of Israel in blue. So this is the first match of Pool C. Bergstra is 25 years old, and she took a silver medal in this event back in 2017. And this event is 1 year men, 1 year women. So it alternates between men and women every year. That's why 2 years ago they had the women's event here. Oh, nice Uchimata from Bergstra, scoring, I believe, a Wazari. And I believe the Israeli player Tamakova used to fight for Bulgaria, and her coach is from Germany, so a very international mix. Oh, nice, Yuko Otoshi, and rolled straight into a Kuzuri Kizugatami, Ushiro Kizugatami. That's more. And can she hold it? And well, Ippon's given, even though it looks like Bergstra escaped on the last second. So they're going to review the video to see if that's indeed a second Bazari, because it looked to me like Bergstra managed to escape from the Osekomi just 1 second before the second Bazari. So nevertheless, let's see what the referees have to say. Nevertheless, it was a very nice Yuko Otoshi transition straight into Osekomi. So, in fact, the second Vazari has been called off, and Temakova only gets to keep the first Vazari from the Yuko Otoshi, and the fight goes on. Okay, in situations like this, when the referee calls off the second Wazari, it's like getting a second chance at life for the player to be able to continue the match. Especially in this kind of quarter-final elimination tournament. If you exit before the quarter-final match, there is no chance to fight again. Is that going to be a score? And that's a very interesting situation there. Well, Temakova is the current European under-23 champion, and she's 22 years old. And now they have given the second Vazari to Bergstra, but they're reviewing the video. So that's the action there from Bergstra, Uchimata, and can see from this angle, it looks like Tamakova landed kind of on the side, but toward the front. So what an interesting turn of the event. Earlier, Tamakova was winning when she threw Bergstra with the Yuko Otoshi and put her opponent straight into a pin. But then they called off the second Wazari from the Osekomi. And then the Bergstra now just turned the match and just stole it from under Tamakova. So interesting twist. And that puts Bergstra to the next round. So here we have Malin Wilson of Great Britain in white and Alexandra Kalita from Poland in blue. So Wilson is 24 years old, and she has 3 medals from different European Senior Cups. The last one, the silver from the European Cup in Malaga. And Kalita in blue from Poland is 20 years old, and she won a bronze medal at last year's Junior World Championships in the Bahamas. Now the referee is definitely giving them a lot of time to work in Newaza. And Kalita is working on trying to keep her opponent from extracting that leg free. And Wilson is working hard to secure either a pin. Oh, well, she gets her leg free, but not before Kalita manages to escape. So nice to see the referee giving them time to do Newaza. Uchigari, Swasobazari from Wilson goes straight into Tadeshio Gatami, but Kalita manages to bridge out. You see the Uchigari, nice change of direction, driving her opponent to the side. time runs out, and Wilson kept her Wazari until the end, and that puts her through to the next round for Great Britain. Well, coming up next, we have Giulia Caggiano in white from Italy, and Vladislava Nesvit from Ukraine in blue. If I remember correctly, Caggiano is originally from Rome, who now trains in Turin, Italy, with Akiyama Settimo, which is the club of Fabio Basile, the Olympic champion, and many other good players. Now, Netsvit has a lock on that arm and is working on probably a Jujigatami turnover. Caggiano does well to defend that Jujigatami turnover. Caggiano is 23 years old. She had a silver medal from the 2017 European Continental Open in Minsk. And once again, you can see these two at the same position, with Netsvit trying for the Jujigatami turnover. Netsvit is 19 years old, from the Ukraine. She had a bronze medal at the European Cup in Romania last year. And for Caggiano, in the coaching chair, you have former Olympic bronze medalist Rosaba Fortuniti from Italy, and shouting instructions. Oh, nice one sleeve grip Ippon Seonagi, scoring an Ippon for Caggiano, catching her opponent very, very well. Nice type of variation of the Seonagi you don't really see very often. So just came in across, got a deep entry, got a good contact with the upper body, and just rotated completely and threw Netsvit onto her back. So that puts Caggiano to the next round for Italy. Well, here we have Kitty Kovac from Hungary in white and Vera Zemanova in blue from Czech Republic. And this is the last round one match of Pool C in the under 57 kilograms category.
Teď je vidět tady i to ranko, předtím nebyl. Ale předtím, než ta bílá spadla, tak tam celou dobu měla po zapásech narvanou pasku. Tak to tam
Kovacs from Hungary in white is 23 years old, while Zimanova is only 19 years old. Zimanova is now working on the Jujigatami, but they're outside the mat area. And since the action stopped, the referee has to stand them back up. Good entry for the Solisur Komigoshi from Zimanova. Didn't quite manage to get the lift on her opponent. Kovac's coach was telling her there, get the grip and pull your opponent downward to generate a reaction. At least that's what I think he's telling her. So just a little over 10 seconds left in this match. I think we're going to see the first golden score contest here of this match today. Interestingly, we have gone through many matches by now, and we haven't had any golden score matches. So this is the first one on mat 2 going to golden score. These two ladies look very evenly matched, and this could really go a long way. But it's never a certainty when you're in golden score. Any mistake could cost either player the fight. And there we go, a Haraigoshi Haramaki Komi without enough rotation. And Kovacs barely manages to get out of that. Oh, that was a close call, but no score. That was a nice Ochigari turn into Uchimata. You can see it's a good entry for Uchigari. Didn't get a rotation, but it looks like Kovacs might be a little bit hurt. And she's taking her time to get up. Zemanova picks up a second penalty. Well, the referee commission reviews the video. So the penalty has been called off for Zemanova. And that's just a little bit less pressure on the player, especially in golden score. The fighting with one penalty behind is different from fighting with two penalties behind. Another Haramaki Komi from Kovacs, and Zemanova is so supple that she manages to twist onto her front. Kovacs' coach is not in agreement with that penalty. But it's not so decisive at this point yet. Another Haramaki Komi from Kovacs didn't have the upper body control. Came in too far from her opponent. And even though she generated the rotation only went on herself and didn't transfer onto her opponent. And the thing about Makikomi is that it's rarely called as false attack, so it's quite safe to use. And since now you can't do any kind of leg grab counters like Teguruma, it's relatively safe to do, you know, when you don't really have other options.
Ten nejhorší, když vidíš na toho, kdo tě má střídat.
You won't be called for passivity, and the chance of getting countered is relatively low.
Budou bez oběda. Jestli pak na judově kontrolu přemýšleli a zkontrolovali všechny reklamy na šití na kimonu.
Well, that was Vazari. I didn't really get to see that because the camera got cut off. I didn't think for a moment that Zimanova had that with the Sotori Komigoshi entry. But it looked like she just kept driving it even though they went out of the mat area. And she finished with the Vazari. So it might be a little bit difficult to see the replay because of the camera angle. In fact, it came too close, almost hitting the camera itself. But we're just gonna have to take the referee's decision for that. And just imagine Zimanova managed to turn her opponent onto the side or the back for the Vazari. And Kovacs doesn't look pleased. So Zimanova for the Czech Republic goes to the second round. And that finishes the first round of the Pool C. So coming up, we have Mayan Greenberg of Israel in white and Uliana Minenkova of Belarus in blue. So Greenberg is 25 years old in white. She took a bronze medal at the European Continental Open in Belgrade back in 2017. Well, Minenkova is 21 years old. And she had a bronze medal from last year's European Continental Open in Minsk. And talking about Minsk, Minsk will be also the place for this year's European Games in July. Reverse Silnagi from Greenberg. Didn't get enough contact with that. Now, Minenkova is working on a turnover. Greenberg does well to defend herself.
který nemáš, aby se vytáhl před kámošema, tak prostě není nutný. Když na to nejsou peníze, tak to nepůjde. No a myslím, že by se lístky neudali normálně, až to lidem, co o to mají zájem. Myslím, že Němců, Poláků, Francouzů, že to tak nasáhne. Dobrá, ale to je od středy vlastně, že? No, uvidíme ještě, ne?
Just over a little over a minute left here. There's no penalty and no score on board for either player. And now Greenberg is adjusting her judo gi. And that's an interesting point I want to bring up to our viewers. Yesterday, the head referee commissioner has explicitly said that now they're going to strictly enforce the rule of not allowing the judo player to adjust their judo gi during the match. So the player can only adjust the uniform during mate. And if they adjust their uniform without refereeing explicitly telling them to do so, it could be a penalty, especially if it takes more than just a few seconds. The Belarusian coach is giving Wazari for that action, but the referee is not. Well, Greenberg's judo gi just came undone. It comes out very often in this match. Well, that was a good ouchigari, but it was initiated outside the mat. So they cannot give a score for that, even though there's only a second left on the clock. So this is the second match we have on this mat going to golden score. Looks like Greenberg's contact lens fell out. And her judo gi became undone once again. So 1.5 minutes into golden score. Minakova is down by 2 penalties. And she has to really be careful not to get a third one, which could put her out of the match. Well, the third passivity penalty goes to Minakova. Greenberg goes through to the second round. Well, in this match we have Brigitta Varga from Hungary in white and Marina Fernandez Ramirez from Spain in blue. So Varga is only 17 years old. I believe she's the youngest in this weight category. She also won the World Cadet Championships 2 years ago. So she's still technically a cadet and fighting at the senior level. Uchimata Makikomi scoring a Vazari for Varga, and now she straight into the hold down for the Osekomi. Kind of very odd Kisikatami. Nevertheless, gets the second Vazari. So the World Cadet Champion goes through to the second round. You can see the replay is classic Uchimata Makikomi. Leg came in between and a hand came across over the shoulder to the with the rotation. The sleeve hand just kept on pulling. So coming up in this round, we have Victoria Majorosova from Slovakia in white and Sif Bauju from Denmark in blue. Majorosova is the more experienced senior player here. She's 27 years old, while Bauju from Denmark is 21 years old. And Majorosova took a bronze medal last year in the European Continental Open in Rome. first Vazari goes to Majorosova. Doing a very low Uchimata on Boju, who dropped on her knees. And that counts as a score. Majorosova is working on the turnover. Let's say now she's transitioning to the arm lock. Is she gonna get it? And looks like she got the arm. She's applying the pressure using her hips and forces the submission. And wins the ippon from Juji Gatami. So that was a nice transition on the ground. I would like to see the replay of the Niwaza, if possible, so we can analyze. So you can see that was the Juji Gatami, which Majorosova applied. Okay, so we're back on the mat for the last match of the round 1 on mat 2. So this is between Chelsea Giles from Great Britain and Arleta Podolak of Poland in blue. So Giles is 22 years old. She took a silver medal in last year's Grand Prix in Antalya, Turkey. And her opponent, Podolak, is 25 years old. And she won the World Junior Championships back in 2013. So very high caliber player we have. So Podolak won an European Continental Open in Warsaw last year as well.
Víš, koho mi připomíná v obličeji? Okuriašviliho.
Oh, nice switch of direction. Seonagi to Kouchigari from Podolak. Very nice standing combination. Oh, Wazari has been called off, but nevertheless, it was a nice combination, a good change of direction. Again, switch of direction to that Kouchigari. You can see the first action came in for Seonagi, hooked the leg, just barely avoiding getting a score there. Very nice, actually, as a Kouchigaki entry because the leg hooked onto her opponent's leg. So instead of a reap, it was a hook, and that makes it gake instead of gari. Uchimata Makikomi from Podolak. Just under a minute with 1 penalty to Gaios and 2 penalty to Podolak, with Gaios picking up her second penalty, so the pressure's on both of them to keep attacking relentlessly in the last minute. As neither can afford a third penalty, and that's got to be a Wazari straight into Osaikomi. A very nice change of direction from Podolak with that reverse Morote Seonagi. Well, looks like Gaios managed to get out, and that's not a Wazari because she got out before the time is sufficient for a second Wazari. So look at the drive and the rotation from Podolak, scoring the first Wazari, and lands her opponent straight into the Osaikomi. Reverse Seonagi on the knee, gets up on the feet, kept on driving, and that puts Gaios behind. So just 10 seconds left, anything is possible. And time's up. And Podolak goes through for Poland to the next round. And this concludes the last round of the first round matches in the preliminary. You can see here in the replay, there's a very strong driving action from Podolak. Well, we're going to change category and stay on the same mat, because now we're going to have the round 1 preliminary matches for women's under 48 kilograms category. The first match is between Manon Urdialis of France in white and Lois Petit of Belgium in blue. Odialis in white from France is 21 years old. She won a bronze medal at the European Senior Cup in Malaga back in 2016. Well, Petit is 19 years old, and she took a bronze medal at the World Junior Championships in 2017. So both are junior players fighting at the senior level.
pochat za náma.
No, bude mi Paulusová tady.
Aha.
A ta Maďarka je teďka úřadující mistryně Evropy, juniorka.
To bude dobrý zářez.
Mají skóre, myslím, že Pauluska jednou vyhrála a jsou 5krát vyhrála.
Třeba se to dneska sníží ten schodek.
Co v tom Iponu bude? Bude něco o nás rozhodčí nebo... Aha.
To mi přijde fakt zoufalý.
To je hezký. Počkej, a řekl si, že trošku něco
Jak ti Číňané mají pod Ipongírem naši týmy a Škodovky, které mě reprezentujou. Jaký díčky. Oni vyrábí někde jedničkou oktávku. Dělají chci. Tak jak ono to je. Tak to je auto, který funguje, že jo? Tak jednoduchý.
Víš co, já když uslyším gong, ty vole, já kdyby někdo vystřelil štěstí. Nebyl gong ani v Astravě, nebyl gong. V Astravě nebylo. V Astravě nebylo víc věcí.
kontrolovat, to je to, co má. Tam dávají nejvíc.
A vychází tam na 40, vychází tam na 40 tisíc a sami budou dovážet na ceně na export, jo? Tak jako nevím,
Ty jsi dělal, a já nic.
No, jestli znáš to díl, říkám, Kotka, tak tam teďka byl díl
Jo, dobře zdával ty vazary.
a říkali, že tam mají takovou kontrolu nad dopravou, že z 1000 lidí, kteří si zažádají o možnost vlastnit auto, ty vyhověno 7. 7 lidí z 1000, co zažádá, může mít auto. Kdyby hodil každý, tak
No, that was a quickie pawn for Giulia Santini of Italy in the opening seconds with what I think it was a haramaki komi. Maybe you can see the replay. Well, it was Uchimata of a very unusual grip. The Georgian had a very unusual grip, and Santini just took advantage of the Georgian's forward motion and turned into a belt grip Uchimata. So that puts Santini to the second round. So here we are already in the next match between Alessia Ritieni of Italy and Helena Beysak Pauline of France in blue. So Ritieni and Santini, who fought in earlier round, are from the same club, and they're both coached by the same coach. Ritieni is 20 years old, and she had a bronze medal from last year's European Cup in Dubrovnik, Croatia. Pauline from France in blue used to fight at 57 and 52 kilograms, and she dropped down the last 2 years to fight in the under 48 kilograms weight category. Just halfway into this match, Ritieni is down with 2 penalties, and if she doesn't start to put more attacks in, there's a lot of time left to pick up a 3rd penalty if she doesn't manage well the time that she has.
Bylo mi úplně líto všech, co tam byli. A taky Australáci. sebe, nebo nehoda nějaká?
Vyšlecem jsem se právě.
Aha.
To on mě roztočil na kapačku a on se mi vytočil jak prkle, já jsem to neromoval, to jsem stát na to na jedním.
A ty tady tam pořád? Jo, že pípáš v rámu?
To jsou maličky. Oni to dneska dělají.
Well, Ritieni manages to not pick up a third penalty, and they're going to decide this match in golden score.
Dneska třeba čekáš půl roku a to.
A bylo to akutní, nešlo to bez toho?
Oni se to snaží léčit, oni se to snaží udělat, ta operace.
Jednou to přijde to.
Jo, je švejka výborný,
Celý klíček na 2 operacích a teď si kolik jsem dostal od Slavnostní pojišťovny. 200. Říkal, jako se upsali o nulu, nebo co to má znamenat? Ne, 1200. Protože to brali podle tabule a byla to zlomenina.
Well, that was a poor attack from Poland with that drop knee. Soditsuru Kumigoshi didn't have any Kazushi. Didn't manage to move her opponent at all. So that could cost her the match by picking up the third penalty. And we'll see what the referee decides. In fact, the false attack goes to Pauline and gives her the third penalty. So that puts Alessia Ritieni of Italy to the second round. So coming up, we have Mara Kraft in white, representing Austria. And in blue, we have Anzela Jukovska in blue, representing Ukraine. The Kraft in white is 24 years old. She has several medals from various European senior cups in the last few years. And Jukovska from Ukraine in blue took a bronze medal at the Ukrainian Under-23 Championships last year. Kraft just managed to extract her leg free, and now she's into katagatami, the shoulder hold, and controlling her opponent's head and shoulder. So Jokovska is doing everything to get out of that. But Kraft has such good control, and she manages to pin for the ippon. And that puts Kraft to the next round.
Ale to asi musí být nějak staticky podložený. No, a jak je to s obědem? Už něco dostanu někde? Je tam chlebíček, tam byl chlebíček, ano. Ten táto neproplatili cesták, jako stravný. Nějakých 124 korun.
So coming up, we have Lisa Dung of Austria in white and Ellen Salens of Belgium in blue. So Dung is 20 years old, and she won a silver medal at the European Cadet Championships last year. And Salens took a silver medal at the European Senior Cup in Sarajevo in 2018. So you can see Salens working on a Jujigatami. And now she's working to open up Dung's arm, pushing down with that leg, applying pressure. It looks like she's not able to get it, so she has to keep trying various positions. What made it difficult is the fact that Dung has Salens' leg trapped, which means Salens can't really apply the squeeze with her legs on that arm, which she's trying to do Jujigatami. But it's good to see the referee allowing them a lot of time for Niwaza. And Salens is actively changing positions to attack her opponent. Makikomi turning to Uchimata Makikomi from Salens, scoring Wazari. And she doesn't give up any chance for turnover. Replay. That's the Uchimata Makikomi from Salens, holding onto her opponent's arm while generating the rotational movement. So again, a Makikomi, and she managed to turn her opponent. Sitting in the coach's chair for Belgium is former European champion Robert Krocek from Poland, who has been working with the Belgian team for several years now. Nippon. Now Deng manages to turn the table against Salins on that one in the last 30 seconds of this match. And I think the referee jury is reviewing the video to see if that's going to be Ippon or Wazari. So you can see that Uchimata, and it looks like Salins tried to do a Yoko Guruma, but manages to land herself on the back. And because the action was initiated by Deng, and even if Salin tries to change into a counter midway of the action, if she lands on the back, the score goes to her opponent. So that puts Deng for Austria to the second round. Oh, straight away with a Wazari for the Kazakh Turek Gina. So in white you have Sephora, Kocher of France, and in blue you have Ajerim Toregogina from Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan has a big team at this event. Well, that's got to be a score. It looks like Kocher came across with Osotogari. Wait a minute. Well, that was given to her opponent, Toregogina, for the counter as she was falling back. So that's the situation, not so clear. So you can see Osotogari, Kocher came in, but as Toregogina landed on her side, she managed to turn Kocher onto her back. So that puts Toregogina from Kazakhstan to the second round. Coming up here we have Danuta Majcher from Poland in white, and Natalia Kipshiji from Georgia in blue. And there goes straight into Kataguruma from Majcher of Poland. So Majcher of Poland in white is 20 years old.
Přesto to vyhlásili.
And Kipchiji of Georgia is also 20 years old. So this is a battle of the juniors. Kipchiji of Georgia won a bronze medal at the European Youth Olympic Festival in 2015. Kipchiji is trying to secure Sankaku Jimmy from the side. He didn't get enough leverage to turn her opponent over, and picks up the second penalty for passivity. She started with that shimewaza, but had to stop because the lapel was over Mature's chin, and the referee saw that quickly. Just a few seconds left in the regular time. There's no score to either player, and Kipchiji is down with 2 penalties, and she managed to survive until the clock runs out. So now everything comes down to the golden score. Looks like Kipchiji manages to secure the legs for the Sankaku Jimmy, but now she just lost it. There goes another attempt at shimiwaza. This time the lapel was over Nature's chin and mouth. For some reason, Kipchiji keeps getting that strangle across her opponent's chin. It is impressive. Kipchiji managed to go this long into golden score despite having 2 Shidos against her. And Maicher hasn't picked up even 1 penalty so far. There are a lot of attacks, but I wouldn't say there are many quality attacks. So they're not very effective attacks. And I believe the referee is going to give a penalty to one of them at this point. So the third penalty goes to Kipshiji of Georgia, and the match goes to Major of Poland. A very, very long match that was.
Next contestant, match 2. In one, Justin Leu, representing France. In blue, Melissa Atrasti, representing Italy.
So coming up, we have Justine Deleolu and from France in white, and Elisa Adrasti from Italy in blue. Deleolu, 21 years old, just scores ippon with a nice kosotogari. Catching Adrasti going to the side. That was a quick finish. That was one of the quickest finishes in this weight category. So Deleolu, former European junior champion in 2016, goes through to the next round. Let's see the replay of that. You can see she came across Ouchigari and then caught her opponent with a nice kosotogari for ippon. Very good combination. Ouchigari to kosotogari. Came across with the hip, Ouchigari. Got a big reaction from her opponent, backward, and then straight into the kosotogari. So here we have Lila Erdelie from Hungary in white, and Marine Henry from France in blue.
To je půlka Číny, viď? Jsem si to říkal, že jo.
Erdelie is 28 years old, one of the older players in this weight category. She had a 5th place finish in the European Cup in Sarajevo back in 2017, and she was 2-time medalist at the European Junior Championships back in 2008 and 2009, so almost, well, more than 10 years ago, for her last silver medal at the junior level. So she has been long out of the junior category. And Henry in blue from France. She is 25 years old, and she had the gold medal at the Continental Open in Glasgow last year.
to načte někdo jiný kromě judistů, ale mně se to moc líbí, no.
Samý ty přenosy v televizi, když
No, no, že to je... No a to tak dělají všichni, že si musí platit, aby byl jejich sport v televizi, nebo nepopulární sport.
Ardelia is down with 2 penalties. And we have just a minute left in this contest. She's working to pass Henry's legs. The referee calls mate. So Henry's leading with a Vazari. And it looks like there is not a disadvantage for her, because now she scores the second Vazari and gets the ippon. So it looks like Henry dominated this match, didn't have any disadvantage against her, and she scores 2 Vazaris to go to the next round. Well, let's take a replay of this drop Sionagi. She gets a very, very nice height, and then drives her opponent to the side. Not the cleanest finish, but it's effective and enough to get a second Vazari. I don't know, can we see a replay of this first action from this match? And there's the first action also from the drop Sionagi, coming with the hips way, way out. But she managed to have good rotation. You can see that she came way from outside of her opponent's range and just managed to turn for the Vazari. So here is back to the under 57 kilograms weight category. First match of round 2 between Tongjuan Lu of China and Mathilde Bryant of France in blue. So Bryant is trying to work for a Jujigatami from the bottom, but loses the arm. So Lu is 28 years old, and she took a bronze medal in the 2017 Asian Senior Championships. And Bryant is 27 years old. Now look at that split Lu did in defense to Bryant's counter. It was a very flexible move. You can see Bryant came in across for the Tanio Toshi. And look at that split. Yeah, that's just the kind of defense you just can't train for purposely. You can get the flexibility, but not that kind of reaction. And the Tanio Toshi from Lu straight into Yuko Shihogatami. It looks like she has a very secure hold on Bryant. And the second Vazari, Abosete Ippon. As you can see in the replay, Lu came in straight for the Tanio Toshi and scores Vazari. So Lu goes to the quarterfinal. And that flexibility really helped her to come all the way across for the Tanio Toshi. So second match coming up. We have between Leslie Koorn from the Netherlands and Nitzan Meiron from Israel in blue. Koorn in white is 20 years old, still a junior, and Meiron is 24 years old. Both fighters have an extreme right against right stance, and Koorn just drops to her knee. And picks up a false attack penalty. Meiron is working to extract her leg free to go into the pin. And the referee is giving them time to work. Once again, these two players assume the extreme right against right stance, which makes it difficult to put in a big attack. They're limited in the techniques they can do from this angle. Oh, so the Tsuriko Migoshi. I didn't think she would have had that. But Koorn scores a Bazari and ends up straight into a Kisagatami, the scarf hold. And the second Bazari goes to Koorn for Avaseta Ippon. Well, initially it didn't look like Koorn had the rotation for Tsuriko Migoshi, but she manages to turn her opponent onto the back and straight into Kisagatami. So that puts Koorn through to the quarterfinal to face Liu of China. Coming up, we have Maria Skora from Ukraine in white and Lily Nair from Great Britain in blue. Skora is 22 years old. She won the European Cup in Bratislava back in 2017. and Nair is 21 years old. So Nair has good control of her opponent's sleeve hand. Very tight grip she has, which makes it difficult for Skora to execute a technique effectively.
Mám vedle sebe nejhezčí stoleček na Válečenko. Ne, to je Krikličenko.
There's going to be a strangle there. Can't really see where the hand placement is from Skora. Earlier in the preliminary rounds, we had a match where one player was strangled into unconsciousness. Minute left into this match. There's no score on board here, and no penalty either. It's a very dynamic match, I have to say. Two players are evenly matched. Both have good attacks and defense. There's a big Koshiguruma attempt from Nair. But Skora has very good reaction. So she was in no danger to be thrown. go. Golden score. Well, Nair has a really, really good reaction. It's very hard to land her on her back. There were several occasions where Skora came in with Uchimata or some other hip throw, and Nair managed to land back either on her feet or on the front. Nice Kouchigari. Very quick on the footwork from Nair. You can see that she's very quick with her ashiwaza, using her feet to set up her opponent. And it just takes a moment of this distraction or being off guard to be caught in an ashiwaza. So Nair goes to the quarterfinal. Let's see the replay of that Kouchigari. You can see Nair came across the foot and caught Skora off guard. Skora was leaning a little bit backward and gets caught with that Kouchigari. She hooked the ankle and brought it to her. And Skora had no place to go but down. Very nice finish in the golden score for Nair. And that secures a place for her in the quarterfinal. Well, coming up next is the match between Etteri Liparteliani of Georgia in white and Ariel Bezalel from Israel in blue. Liparteliani is 19 years old, and she scores right away in the opening seconds with the Vazari. That was so quick. Oh, that's a second Vazari going to Liparteliani, countering Bezalel's Uchimata. It was a quick finish, just a little over a minute. And Liparteliani secures a place in the quarterfinal. I would like to see the replay of the first action, if possible. Well, let's move on to the next match between Marguerite Bergstra from the Netherlands and Malin Wilson from Great Britain in blue. Well, Wilson is controlling Bergstra's sleeve hand very well. It looks like Bergstra's having trouble with using her left hand to establish the lapel grip. And without that, it doesn't look like she has much control in the techniques she does. Oh, a Kosotogake gets countered. Wilson made a mistake there. She came in for the Kosotogake and lost her balance. Gets pushed backward by Bergstra. And now Bergstra is working to free her leg. So we can see a little bit later in the replay of the action. Well, you can see Wilson's actually working on a Sodi Guruma Jimmy from the bottom, which is not often seen from the bottom position, but it could be effective. And the mate is called. So you can see that. Wilson fell on her back, came in for Kosotogake without controlling the upper body. There was just too much space, and she lost her balance. So once again, Wilson's controlling Bergstra's left sleeve hand. Just a few seconds left, and again Wilson lost her balance. And Bergstra kept her Vasari lead and secures a place in the quarterfinal. So that action from Wilson earlier cost her the match. come in with the Kosotogake without good upper body control, fall into her back to give her opponent the Wazari. And sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's not necessarily what your opponent does, but more of your opponent taking advantage of your own mistake, as it happened here. So in this match we have between Giulia Caggiano in white from Italy and Vera Zimanova from the Czech Republic in blue. Caggiano's 23 years old and Zimanova is 19 years old. The referee jury is reviewing the video. Looks like Caggiano likes that Seonagi entry from the sleeve side, and she always manages to off-balance her opponent. Zimanova is working on the Jujigatami turnover, trying to get the leg over Caggiano's head. Well, that was a good change of direction from Zimanova. I think the referee jury will review the video. They decided it's nothing, it's not a score, because Caggiano landed on her elbow on one side. And again, she came in for that Seonagi.
Oni jsou asi obě ty jedno, ale ta druhá je nehejbec.
Hraje kamera toho streamu? To je propojený.
No, ale jako to jsou profesionální kamery, to jsou úplně super.
Wow. Caggiano's judo gi came out from that. That was a very, very close call.
Next contest, number 1. The white representing Georgia, in blue representing Netherlands.
It looks like Caggiano has to change her tactic a little bit because she kept coming in for the Ippon Seonagi on the same side. Now they will go to golden score. Well, it's good to see that these two are fighting very dynamically, putting in a lot of attacks. And the only thing that's missing is control for making the attacks more effective. These two girls are obviously very tired from a very fast-paced and long match here. Well, Caggiano has a very explosive entry for the Seonagi. Just she needs to get the lift. And Zimanova, for being the taller player here, has a good Solitor Komigoshi entry. And again, also she doesn't manage to get the lift. So she has the home advantage, being from Czech Republic. She's got a supportive crowd behind her. And now Caggiano picks up a second penalty for passivity. Oh, she gets the Jujigatami. And Zemanova is so pleased she's able to finish this match, catching her opponent on the ground. And let's see the replay of that. So for a moment it looked like Caggiano could have defended her arm, but in the end Zemanova did have her leg over Caggiano's head, so that gave her the control and the lever for straightening that arm to finish with Jujigatami. The straight crossbody unlock. So the youngster Zemanova goes to the quarterfinal to face Bergstra of the Netherlands. And we have two more second round matches left in the under 57 kilograms category. Coming up, we have Mayen Greenberg of Israel in white and Brigita Varga of Hungary in blue. So there's a little bit of difference in age and experience. Varga in blue is only 17 years old and Greenberg is 25 years old. Varga was the world cadet champion. And Greenberg had a bronze medal at the European Continental Open in Belgrade in 2017. Oh, big Uranagi, flatly landing Varga on her back. Wazari is given. I need to see the replay of that. So that was a really good lift. I'm surprised they didn't give Ippon for that. So now Varga has to be more cautious when she comes in for a forward attack. She certainly doesn't want to be caught again like that. She's lucky that they didn't give Ippon for that. Varga attempted that Uchimata to Sumigaeshi combination.
Vy mi neutekli, že mě neutekli z obrazu, no, tak blbej nejsem. Ne, no to byl Němec.
Once again, we see Varga trying that combination of Uchimata to Sumigaishi. Just few seconds left in this contest. Varga is desperately trying to level the score here. That's it. Greenberg manages to hold on to her wazari and wins the match. And she goes to the quarterfinal. So you can see in the replay, it was a very nice uranagi. A wazari is given because Varga mostly landed on her side. It was a very strong throw. Varga is still only 17 years old, so I'm sure we'll be seeing more of her in the future at the senior level events as she gets more experience and older. So the last round 2 match in these preliminary fights we have between Victoria Majorosova of Slovakia and Aleta Podolak of Poland in blue. Oh, nice deep drop Seonagi. Just missed on the rotation from Podolak. was an interesting situation. But there's no score yet. Let's see a little bit of replay of that, because it wasn't so clear who did what. Oh, a nice switch from Seonagi to Koichi Makikomi. So that was the earlier one. It was Seonagi into Osotogari. So that went to a Podolak. Even though she didn't have the complete rotation to face her opponent. Nevertheless, Majorosova didn't have any control when she fell her back. Oh, nice last second action from Majorosova. Unfortunately for her, she didn't get the rotation as much as a big lift she got from that Kataguruma. So Podolak goes to the quarterfinal to face Greenberg of Israel. So now we switch to under 40 kilograms category, second round preliminary fight. And in the first match we have between Li Yanan of China in white and Manon Ordialis of France in blue. Ordialis is 21 years old. Li Yanan is one of the top players in her category in China. She's working to secure that Sankaku Jimmy. As long as Ordialis keeps her elbows tucked in, it's going to be hard for Li to secure that turnover. And Li is 24 years old. She had won the Grand Prix back in 2016 in Qingdao, China. Big Osotogari attempt from Lee.
Přišel za mnou strejda a víc zoomů. Jsem málo zoomoval. Tamhle zase mi řekl rozhodčí, ať přestanu zoomovat. No to nesundat tady, to nesuneš. Robert zase měl ten ručičák.
Jsem střídal.
Ten zná.
Držím.
Tak je rozdíl.
Chceš být sekuriťák nebo chceš být organizátor?
Oh, nice switch into Ouchigari for Wazari. Now Lee tied up with the Alice's upper body and is working to push the leg free. And she manages to free her leg. And now she has the Katagatami. But Realis barely manages to escape yet. And the second Wazari goes to Lee for Awasete Ippon. So you can see in the replay was a nice low Ouchigari catching her opponent before her opponent was able to put down that foot. So Lee came in with Ouchigari and Uliadis didn't have a chance to defend. You can see Uliadis had that foot hooked, so she fell backward. So Lee of China goes to the quarterfinal. In this match, we have Blandin Pont in white from France and Giulia Santini in blue from Italy. Pont is 20 years old. She took second place at the 2014 European Cadet Championships. And straight away, Wazari is given to Pont. Santini took third place at the Italy Cup last year, and she's 19 years old. Osotogari switched to Nida Kosotogake. Again, Osotogari. Now it's got to be an ippon. Pont managed to lift Santini far off the ground with that Osotogari. And Santini just flipped over vertically. It's a very low entry, like Osoto Toshi. It was a quick finish for Pont. And that manages to put her in the quarterfinal against Li of China. In this match, we have Cinta Garcia Mesa from Spain in white and Alessia Ritiani in blue from Italy. So Garcia Mesa is 24 years old. Well, Ritiani is 20 years old. Garcia is definitely the more experienced player here with various Senior European Cup medals under her belt, as well as a third place finish in last year's European Continental Open in Glasgow. Oh, and a Wazari is scored for Ritiani. That was a very close call. You know, whenever they have close contact like that, it's hard to say who's going to go over. And Mesa lost her balance there and got thrown for a Wazari. And now she's working on that Tomonagi to Jujigatami. It's another Wazari. Mesa came in for a Soditsuru Komigoshi and lost her balance again. Got countered by Ritiani. Wasn't a very strong counter throw, but nevertheless, it was an effective score. So you can see that she kind of just fell down and rolled over onto her back, straight into the Osekomi. So Ritiani goes through to the quarterfinal. And that's the other throw from the earlier match where Mesa got countered. And that's the second Wazari when Mesa got countered again. here we have Mallory Mercadier from France in white and Mara Kraft from Austria in blue.
And one winner, in one representing People's Republic of China, Casey Chang.
To je nádhera.
Next contest on number one. In one from France, Lucy Judo. In blue from Germany, Verena Turk.
Sapy mám prostě dojít na bagetu. Tohle je moje a tohle co mám v ruce.
Na bagetu jako bagetu.
Na bagetu nahoru jsem baget.
Yeah, with 2.5 minutes left, Kraft already picked up 2 penalties against Mercadier's 1 penalty. So she really has to keep the pace high and keep attacking to avoid picking up a 3rd penalty. There's just too much time left for the possibility of the 3rd penalty.
Karlovarský kraj.
To je tvoje?
Kraft is working on that Sodeguruma Jimmy. And Mercadier manages to break out of it. And now she's working again to free the leg.
Co ty si myslíš o navyšování licencí a kupování lístků, aby se zadotovala Evropa? Souhlasíš s tím?
Mercadier scores the first Vazari with the Makikomi. It was very slow rolling Makikomi. But nevertheless, there was a score. And here it looks like Mercadier is going to go into a hold down, but Mate is called. that's it. Makadir managed to secure her lead of Vazari and goes to the quarterfinal to face Ritieni of Italy. So that was the decisive Makikomi, which scored Makadir the Vazari. Coming up, we have Anne Suzuki in white from the United States of America, and Lisa Deng in blue from Austria. This is a battle between the generations. Suzuki is, I believe, one of the older competitors in this category, coming at 35 years old, while Deng is only 20 years old. So a very experienced senior fighting a up-and-coming junior in this continental level event. Suzuki took a third place at the Pan American Continental Open in Santo Domingo last year, as well as the Continental Open in Perth, Australia, where she won the first place last year in November. And Deng is the current silver medalist at the European Cadet Championships. So I was talking to Suzuki earlier. She just came here from fighting in Dusseldorf last weekend, and she trains at San Jose State University in San Jose, California, and that's a long way for her to come to Europe to fight. And she's the only American at this tournament today. Now, 2 minutes into the match, Suzuki is down with 2 penalties, and both players are very defensive. And now Suzuki gets countered for Wazari, and Deng goes straight into Kisagatami. And Deng scores the second Wazari, Abasete Ippon. And you can see this. Suzuki tries to turn for Seonagi and gets countered toward her back and falls straight into the Osakomi. So Deng goes through to the quarterfinal. So this match we have between Ajerim Torregogina and Danuta Majcher of Poland in blue. So Toregojina from Kazakhstan is in white. This is the longest golden score fight we had so far, and Torrego Gina picked up the third penalty at the 4 minutes mark. Yeah, both ladies look very, very exhausted after this 8-minute match, but that puts Meijer of Poland to the quarterfinal to face Dung of the Netherlands. And here we have Tamar Malka of Israel in white against Justin Deleu of France in blue. Deleu is the 2016 European Junior champion. And both are quite young. And Malka in white is 18 years old, and he took a silver medal at the European Cadet Championships back in 2017. Well, Deleu is 21 years old in blue. Well, that was a very slow Wazari, but nevertheless, it is a valid score after many Ashiwaza exchanges between the two players. And now Deleu is holding down Malka in Yuko Shihogatami for the second Wazari. And in the replay, we'll be able to see the Kosoto Gari from Deleu, and Malka kind of just fell over on her back. It was a well-timed Ashiwaza. Not a very high impact throw, but it is a throw nevertheless. So that puts Deleu into the quarterfinal. So coming up, we have Huan Ming Guan from China in white and Marine Henry from France in blue. I think China has at least one player in each weight category at this event, and in most of the categories they have two players. So in the under 48 kilograms weight category, we already have one Chinese player in the quarterfinal. So Guan is still a junior at 20 years old. Well, Henry is 25 years old. And these two are similarly matched. And now Guan just came in for an explosive Seonagi and landing her opponent for a Wazari. It's a very fast entry there. Catching Henry for a surprise. Another drop Seonagi from Guan. Didn't quite manage to have the rotation on this one. Henry came in with a Kouchigake, almost gets countered. Just 2 seconds left. Oh, wow. That could be a Wazari. And it's given. And this is what the referee meeting a couple tournaments ago was talking about. Even if the throw happens at the last second and he finishes on 0-0, it still counts as long as the action initiated before the clock ran out. And now we have a golden score situation, and this is where experience comes in play. Cannot really relax until the match is officially over, even if you have an advantage. So this is a really good example of that. So Guan picks up a second penalty in golden score period. She must be a little bit disappointed having a Wazari lead earlier, only to lose it in the dying, literally the dying last second of the regular time. Well, now Guan has to really pick up the pace. She has her left sleeve controlled by her opponent, and she's just one penalty away from Hanso Komake. So, and Henry is playing a very good tactical game here in the golden score period. So 3 minutes into the golden score period. Doesn't look like either fighter is losing any steam here. Well, both players are fighting furiously, putting one attack after another. So it's good to see. Well, at this point, it really could go either way.
Máme ještě 16 zápasů.
Myslím, že docela dost.
4, druhý čtvrtfinále,
And this match now takes the record for the longest golden score we had on this mat so far. The last match ended at 4 minutes into golden score, and now we're 4.5 minutes into golden score. But to be fair, it's not a boring match because these two are really putting in a lot of good attacks. It's just at this weight category, they are so agile and fast, it's not so easy to catch a similarly matched opponent for a technique. And that's going to be an action subject to review. And they decide to give it Wazari for that technique. And the Chinese coach protests by saying that she landed onto her frontal side. I'd like to see a replay of that to see where she landed. So looked like she landed on mostly her frontal side. So questionable, but I guess the referees were just wanting to get on with the next match. And that puts Henry to the next round. So we're going to the under 57 kilograms quarterfinal now. And this is the first quarterfinal match between Tongjuan Lu of China and Leslie Korn of the Netherlands. So Lu is 28 years old, had a bronze medal at the Asian Championships in 2017. Well, Korn is 20 years old. Well, Lu looks a little bit defensive with her bend over posture, and she has that over the back high grip. So Korn picks up the first penalty, and her coach can't believe it. He's like, why did you give that for? And Lu is trying to put pressure on her opponent by exerting a lot of downward force with that high collar grip from over the back. And oh, big Osotogari for Ippon. That's what she was waiting for. Setting up Korn with the over the neck grip, pulling down for upward reaction so she can come across for that Osotogari. And in the replay, we'll be able to see better. You can see that she faked with a Kosoto and came across with an Osoto. She feinted and then switched leg and caught her opponent flatly on the back for Ippon. Very nice combination, classic Kosotogari to Osotogari. So that puts Lu to the semi-final for China. In this match, the second quarterfinal match, will have Lily Nair of Great Britain in white and Etteri Di Partelliani in blue. And both have showed a strong performance coming into the quarterfinal from the earlier rounds. And this should be an interesting match to see. Big Kosotogake from Di Partelliani, and Nair once again showed her good balance and cat-like agility not to fall onto her back, and now she's really doing this nice passage, and she manages to get the pin, and Di Partelliani desperately escaped that. Oh, nice. A nice Koshiguruma scoring Vazari for Lipartelliani. Well, that's an over rotation on part of Lipartelliani. That cross grip Uchimata almost remind me of the final of Sydney Olympics between David Duliet and Shinohara. And now they did not give a score to either player, which is the right thing to call. And again, she does that. Uchimata flipping herself forward. It'll be interesting to see that. Got a cross grip, kind of just did a somersault forward. Is that over the chin? Yep, that was over the chin. Looks like Lipartelliani just slipped around and got the Kisagatami, which looks more like a Munegatami, the chest hold, and she got the ippon. So two Wazaris, Awasete ippon, and Lipartelliani goes to the final, the semi-final, to meet Lu of China. While Nair has to settle to fight for a bronze medal through the repechage. Now coming up, we have the third quarterfinal fight between Marguerite Bergstra of the Netherlands and Vera Zemanova of the Czech Republic. So Zemanova is fighting on home ground with the friendly crowd in her support. Bergstra in white is 25 years old, and she took a silver medal at this tournament last time when it was held. So that was in 2017. Zimanova is still a junior at 19 years old. I believe this is the first time we see her in the Continental Open. Nice switch of direction. Zemanova came in for Uchimata and switched back to Ouchigari, scoring Wazari. You can see that she came in really strongly for Uchimata, and when she faced with the opponent's defense, and switched direction toward the back for the Ouchigari. And again, second Ouchigari didn't manage the rotation. Oh, it was Sutemi Waza from Zemanova. Just pulled down Bergstra and scores the second Wazari to have the Avasete Ippon. Let's take a look at that. So very interesting Sutemi Waza, not something you see all the time. An unusual sacrifice technique. Nevertheless, scores the second Wazari. So we have a Czech in the semifinal in the under 57 kilograms in category. So the last quarterfinal of this weight category is between Mayen Greenberg of Israel in white and Arleta Podolak of Poland in blue. And once this match is over, we will have the semifinals decided. So both of these players are 25 years old. Greenberg had a bronze medal from the 2017 European Continental Open in Belgrade. Podolak was the 2013 Junior World Champion and also won the 2018 European Continental Open in Warsaw. So first penalty goes to Podolak for stepping out of bounds. Fast Uchimata entry from Podolak. Just didn't get the rotation. You can see Podolak is trying to set up a combination again from Seonagi feint to Kouchigari. It looks like Podolak needs a little bit of medical attention for the cut on her lip. Podolak has a very defensive posture, and now she manages to come in for Kouchi Makikomi. That fell Greenberg, but didn't get a score for that. So this match too will be decided in golden score. And now it's Greenberg's turn to receive some medical attention. Oh, that's got to be it. So in the opening seconds of the golden score, Podolak tries again her favorite technique of the tournament. Seonagi to Kouchigari. Yes, and she caught. This time her opponent pulls forward for the Seonagi feint, switch this direction for the Kouchigari, and wins herself a spot in the semifinal against Zimanova. So now we switch back to the under 48 kilograms category. The first quarterfinal is between the Yanan of China in white and Blandine Pont in blue from France. Lee is 24 years old, while Pont is 20 years old, and Pont took a second place at the European Cadet Championships back in 2014. So for our viewers, if you want to follow the repechage matches for the under 57 kilograms category, don't wait until we are done with the quarterfinals of the under 48 kilograms category, because the mat 3 just opened up and they're going to have all the repechage matches for the under 57 kilograms category on the third mat. So if you want to watch that, you can just switch the channel to watch mat 3 without commentation. And we're going to stay here on mat 2 to follow all the quarterfinals and later the semifinals. Just under a minute left in this contest. There's no score on board, and neither player has a penalty. So Lee came in for a drop seonagi and Pont defends it well. Minute into the golden score period, and there's just a single penalty to each fighter here. Oh, and Lee made a mistake there. She came across for the Osotogari and gets countered. Came across Osotogari
No,
and gets countered onto her side.
Lidi, co myslí. Fandím tý, která ten zápas ukončí rychleji. Je mi jedno, která z nich to bude.
So Pont goes to the semi-final. Here we have Alessia Ritieni in white from Italy and Malauri Mercadier in blue from France. Ritieni is 20 years old. Mercadier is 23 years old. So both are assuming a extreme left against left stance, which can be very uncomfortable to deal with. Oh, big counter from Ritieni. Mercadier just walk onto that. Starting from extreme left against left stance, came across with Osotogari. Ritieni manages to rotate for the ippon. So Ritieni earns a place in the semi-final against Pont of France. Was a big ippon, very nice to see. So here we have the third quarterfinal fight between Lisa Dung of Austria in white and Danuta Major from Poland.
Semifinal category women under 52 kilograms. One
So Dunk is 20 years old. She had a silver medal at the European Cadet Championships. And Major is also 20 years old.
Ta maličká prý navážela 42 kg.
Before coming to this fight earlier, Major had a very long fight against Torego Gina of Kazakhstan, going 4 minutes into golden score. Major tries to come in for the Yoko Otoshi, but she was a little bit too far. So here we have another match in golden score between two similarly matched players. And the golden score, you never know if it finishes very quickly or very slowly. And it looks like it finishes very quickly. So Dunk gets the Vazari from a very, very low entry, practically on the ground. So if you look at the replay, Dunk came in with the Sumigaishi and continued with the Tsurigoshi practically off her knees. So Kouchi, Sumigaishi didn't get it, but continues because she, despite being on the ground with her knees, her opponent was still standing, which makes it still a Tachiwaza situation according to the new rules. So Dunk goes to the semi-final. And we have the last quarterfinal match between Justin Delille from France in white and Marine Henry in blue, also from France. And we already have a French player from Pool A in the semi-final, and that is that's Blandin Pont. So whoever makes into the semi-final in this match will get another spot for France, guaranteed. Both players are keeping each other at a distance. The referee is calling for someone to clean up the mat. Maybe there is a little bit of wet spot from the sweat or possibly blood. It's hard to tell from this distance.
hodiny 3 minuty.
Byl jsi na straně?
Nebyl a vůbec toho nelituju.
Protože mi to připomnělo ve 66. Kolik bylo závodníků?
Vím, víc než 64, protože to nevyšlo na jeden papír.
Bylo 66.
66.
66
To je šílený. To, co jsem přišel, tak zajímavý.
Protože jsme skončili 10 večer.
No, toho jsem si moc
So
dobře
just a minute
vědomý,
left.
hodně toho lituju. Ale je to škoda, no, že to takhle posralo zrovna na nejhezčí soutěži v republice.
To je škoda. Ještě organizátory.
I wonder if these
Fakt hezký.
two girls have fought each other before. Maybe they know each other pretty well.
A je z toho takový malý evropský pohár pro žáky, no.
If they do, it's going to be hard.
Kabuky, co se tam
They're familiar with each other's tactic and technique.
Kde to vázne?
Co?
Kde to vázne? Holky vypadají připraveně.
So, as I expected, this match now went to the golden score period, and Deleu is down with 2 penalties. And from how her opponent Henry has been playing this match, it looks like this is going to end up tactically. I would be surprised if this match is decided by technical point. Wazari is scored. Well, I am surprised, but it's a good surprise. Dilelu managed to do a counter attack. So let's see the replay of that. It's a very quick backward counter. Landed first Henry on the side, and then you can see that Delelu in fact landed Henry on the side before Henry turned onto the front. So Vazari, it is that puts Delelu to the semi-final against Dung of Austria. And so we're back to under 57 kilograms semi-final between Lu Tongjuan of China in white and Etteri Di Bartoliani of Georgia in blue. And both women have showed great performance coming to the semifinal through the earlier rounds today. And this is truly a good matchup between the 28-year-old Asian bronze medalist from 2017 and the young 19-year-old Georgian who won the European Youth Olympic Festival back in 2015. A big Uranagi for Ippon. And you gotta watch out for that when you're fighting the Georgians. And she does not disappoint. She has truly embraced the Georgian style of fighting with the big pickup throws. You can see that she came in for the Kosoto and changed direction and straight into Uranagi. That's a very well practiced move. Came in across, changed direction, used the leg for a good lift, for a complete rotation. And wow. It's like she is expecting that defense from her opponent when her opponent comes to attack the far leg with the Kouchigari. We definitely don't see a lot of women doing this. So that puts the Parteliani to the final. For the next semifinal, we'll have between Vera Zemanova in white from the Czech Republic and Arleta Podolak in blue from Poland. So can Zemanova win this match and guarantee Czech Republic? And she's fighting a home ground with a supportive crowd.
contest on event 3. Group charge category women under 48 kilograms. In white, Granade representing People's Republic of China. Blue, Valerie Acadier representing France.
Minute 20 seconds left in this contest. And Zemanova just picks up a second penalty, which puts pressure on her to really press forward. Now Podolak also has a second penalty. So with 40 some seconds left, can both of them keep from getting another penalty? And well, that won't be necessary. Zimanova does a reverse Silnagi, catches Podolak does a reverse Silnagi, catches Zimanova completely on her back. So an ippon is given. And that's a nice finish to the semifinal with ippon in the last 30 some seconds. If you can see a replay of this, you can see that that was a well executed reverse Silnagi done from the knee, and nice pop up from Podolak. Complete rotation, and Podolak kept driving with that. Came off her knees to finish it. Make sure that she puts her opponent flat onto her back. So Podolak secured a place and a medal for Poland in the final against the Bertagliani of Georgia. That should be an exciting match to see later. And we're going back to the under 48 kilograms category semi-final between Blandine Pont in white from France and Alessia Ritieni from Italy in blue. So Ritieni is working on the shimiwaza, but Pont manages to get her head free. Nice ippon Silnagi entry from standing position by Pont. Didn't get the rotation. It's always a pity when you can enter so deep for an ippon Silnagi but can't finish it because you didn't get the rotation. Well, it's a nice combination of Uchimata to Kouchigari from Pont, but Ritieni has good balance. can see that Pont came in twice for the Ippon Senagi on her feet. She gets a good entry, just probably needs to get the hip in a little bit deeper to get the lift.
Jsme mohli pak to letenský vod, už se stávají na cestě, kolečky.
Pont scores the first Vazari in this match. And it was called off. So here we have another golden score match. Tierney is down with 2 penalties, so she really has all the work to do. Oh, wow. That was a beautiful Uchimata Sakashi in the opening seconds of the golden score. And that's the highlight of this match. Tierney came in for the Uchimata, and Pont sidestepped it and threw Tierney's flatly onto her back. There's no mistake about it. It's one of the most certain ippons of this category. So Pont goes into the final for France, and we have the last semi-final of this weight category between Lisa Deng of Austria and Justine de Leeuw. So Deng is 20 years old. She is the silver medalist, current silver medalist of the European, I believe, junior championships. And De Leeuw just scored ippon in the opening seconds. Now it looks like a Deng got caught. We'll see in the replay. So you can see De Leu caught Dunk in a Okuri Yeti Jimmy, a sliding collar strangle. And that forced the submission from Dunk. So we're gonna have an all French final between Pont and De Leu. And we'll be back at 4 o'clock for the finals block for all the weight categories. And I'm your commentator, Lincoln Han, and thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
bronze medal fight is in the category women under 40 kilograms. Will now begin. Please welcome our athletes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the finals block of the 2019 Judo European Continental Open for women here in Prague. And I'm your commentator, Lincoln Han. So we're going to be watching the matches on mat 2. Although we have mat 2 and 3 both having the bronze medal fights. The final, however, will be on mat 2. So this is the mat we're following. And the first bronze medal fight is between the Yanan of China in white and Lisa Deng of Austria in blue. So Li is 24 years old. Well, Lisa is only 20 years old. Well, that was a Wazari straight away from Li using an Ashiwaza combination. Ouchigari to, I believe, Kouchigari. So Ouchigari opened up, switched to Kouchigari, and kept driving forward for the Wazari in the opening seconds of this match. And Li has showed us some superb Ashiwaza skill throughout the day, catching several of her opponents with Ouchigari and Osotogari. So on the other mat, we have the match, the other bronze medal match for the under 48 kilograms category between Marine Henry and Alessia Utieni of Italy. So Deng already picked up a second penalty before the halfway mark of this match. And she appears to be very defensive. And they came across for a Koshiguruma. And that was well defended by her opponent. Again, a low Ouchigari from Li, and Deng just manages to turn out onto her belly. China brought a big team with 12 players to this tournament, and most of them are from their A team. And they're expected to go home with several medals. So it's a second Wazari for Li with that Koshiguruma, and she secures the first bronze medal for China. can see here in the replay, that's another match actually. I was talking to the coach from China earlier, and she was saying that they're looking to do better than they did in Rome, where they finished third in overall medal ranking at the end of the tournament. So you can see that was a Koshiguruma with a very slow turnover. A little bit Arashiwaza, and came across with the Koshiguruma very, very low. And on the other mat, the other bronze medal went to Marine Henry from France. So coming up is the first final of today's competition, and this is a final of women's under 48 kilograms weight category, and this is an all-French final between Blandine Pont and Justin Delelou. So Pont is in white and Delelou is in blue. And France already secured the first bronze medal earlier, and 2 more medals are guaranteed for France. It's just a matter of which color goes to whom. Pont in white is 20 years old, while Delelou in blue is 21 years old. Pont took second place at the European Cadet Championships back in 2014, and Delelou was the European Junior Champion back in 2016. So both are looking to make their mark at the senior level. And almost the Uchimata Sakashi from Delelou. was next exchange. Well, Dilelu, despite being the shorter fighter, prefers to take the over the top grip on her opponent. Oh, big entry for the Poncionagi. Pont didn't manage to have the control to finish the technique. Well, this is the first golden score we have in the finals block. And as we have seen earlier, it could finish very quickly or very slowly. And generally for the spectator, it's always more spectacular if it finishes quickly with some kind of technical score. And it's nice Hizaguruma from Pont. Again, didn't manage to have both hands to retain the control on her opponent for the rotation. And then Dilelu picks up her second penalty. And she needs to seek a small medical attention for just a cut. And that gives everyone a little bit of time to rest.
Nevidím tam. Jsou moc daleko. Vidím na hodinky a vidím, že se to vleče. Jo, jo.
And here she is, back on the mat, ready to fight. It's got to be a Wazari. Oh, Delulu kept pushing forward for that sticky foot. Kosotogari, and Pont managed to time her Ippon Tsunagi really well to secure the Wazari. So the gold medal goes to Blandine Pont, and the silver medal goes to Justine Delulu. See this? Pont took advantage of her opponent's forward pushing motion with that Kosotogari and just turned into Seonagi. So well timed. So now we're going to the medal rounds of the net under 52 kilograms weight category. The first bronze medal fight is between Nieki Nordemir Bouchard of Germany in white and Zhang Kexing from China in blue. So, oh, big Uranagi straight away from Bouchard, and Zhang made a mistake coming in so casually, and here again a second Uranagi and almost scoring. Well, that must have really unsettled Zhang. Now she has to be really careful with that. And on the other mat, we have the other bronze medal between Lucille Duport from France in white and Alexandra Larissa Florian in blue from Azerbaijan. And Florian used to fight for Romania, and she won the Grand Slam in Baku last year, but then she changed her nationality to Azerbaijan. And so we're going to be focusing on the mat 2 here with this fight between Bouchard and Zhang. Another Uranagi attempt from Bouchard. Well, it is a very exciting match to watch, to see the players are so bold and committed into their big attacks. It's a good way to wake up the audience. So on the other mat, the first bronze medal just went to Lucille Duport of France. And this bronze medal is still being decided. Okay, that was a nice Ouchigari from Bouchard. And the referee jury is reviewing the video to see if that deserves a score. Big Uchimata from Zhang that caught Bouchard for Ippon flat on her back, and Bouchard cannot believe it, and she looks devastated there. A Kouchigari feint. Zhang came in for Uchimata and lands her opponent mostly on the back, generating sufficient height and impact. So another bronze medal goes to China. And coming up, we have an all-Mongolian final. And this is something you don't see every day. You have both Mongolians fighting for the gold medal. So coming up in white, we have Sosobaram, Lakakavasuren in white, and Korudoi Bishrelt in blue. Lakakavasuren is quite young, at 17 years old, and she took second place in last year's Youth Olympic Games in Argentina, and she also took a silver medal this year in the Continental Open in Oberwart, Austria, just a month ago. And her opponent, Bishrelt, is 20 years old, who has 4 silver medals under her belt from various Continental Open events. Both fighters are fighting cautiously for control over the grips. So I assume these two have fought many times in Mongolia. They probably know each other quite well here. And it's going to be most likely a tactical match. So as I said, it's going to be most likely a tactical match, and the third penalty decided for Bishrelt. The gold medal goes to her compatriot, Lakva Suren. And Wasn't the most exciting fight to watch, but for sure the Mongolians must feel excited to have both the gold and silver medal in their pocket. And now we're going to go to the medal ceremony for women's under 48 kilograms. So in the under 48 kilograms category, France really dominated with 3 medals: gold, silver, and bronze. And the only other medal went to Lianan of China.
The medals are awarded by Mr. Vice President of the European Judo. The third place and bronze medalists are representing France by Bahrain.
So the bronze medals are going to the Yanan of China and Marine Henry of France. While the silver medal will go to Justin Delelu, and the gold medal goes to Blandin Pont. So both the silver medal and gold medal go to French players.
And the winner and the gold medalist representing France, Blandin Pont. The flowers are given by Mr. Judo, President of the Czech Judo Federation.
Coming up are the two bronze medal fights. The first one is between Lili Nair of Great Britain in white and Vera Zimanova of Czech Republic in blue. And the other bronze medal fight is between Marguerite Bergstra of Netherlands in white and Lu Tongjuan of China in blue. That's on the other mat. So we're following here of the match between Great Britain and Czech Republic. So Nair is 21 years old, while Zimanova is only 19 years old. And this is the first time I see her in a Continental Open level event. And she's fighting on home ground. Well, Nair faked with the ashibarai and dropped onto her knees for kataguruma. It was a little bit too slow with no kuzushi, so she didn't off-balance her opponent, and she picked up penalty for false attack. And Uchimata nicely countered by Nair. And wow, Zimanova did not expect that. She came in really committed with that Uchimata, and Nair, in her cat-like agility, manages to ride out of that and counter her opponent for a wazari. It's not the first time we see her today turning a potentially risky situation to her advantage, or at least getting out of it. And it's gotta be another wazari from the Tomonagi Awasete Ippon, and Nair takes the bronze medal win. Zimanova looks disappointed to have come so close to a bronze medal and only have it to be taken away from her. So Nair did quite well to secure the win. You can see from the replay, she did the sumigaishi to get the second wazari. And we're gonna move to the other mat. And this is a match between Bergstra of Netherlands in white and Lu of China in blue. So both players are down with 2 penalties. And the third one will go to Bergstra. So once again, this is a match that's decided tactically, and the bronze medal goes to Lu of China. So once again, another bronze medal going to China. I think this is the third medal for China today. So coming up is the final between Ettore Lipartelliani of Georgia in white and Arleta Podolak of Poland in blue. Now, I have to say, Lipartelliani really had a strong showing today, winning each match convincingly to come to the final. And she's only 19 years old. She won the European Youth Olympic Festival back in 2015, and today she has showed some very nice big pickup throws match after match to catch her opponent off guard. And Podolak also showed some very nice combinations, particularly her kouchigari throughout the preliminaries, catching many opponents off guard. So Podolak of Poland is 25 years old, and she was the 2013 Junior World Champion, and she also won the 2018 European Continental Open in Warsaw. So this is a match between the strong up-and-coming junior versus the more experienced senior. And that's what we saw earlier from Podolak several times. The switch from Ippon Shionagi to Kouchigari. She fakes and then drives backwards strongly to catch her opponent off guard for the Wazari. And they give Ippon for it. So while we were watching the replay, they changed that to Ippon. So Podolak won the gold medal for Poland, while Lipartelliani took the silver medal for Georgia. Impressive performance to both women, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them both at this level, especially Lipartelliani being only 19 years old. She showed some real potential. And now we will move to the award ceremony of the women's under 52 kilograms weight category before continuing to the next weight category of minus 63 kilograms.
Medals are presented by Mr. Paweł Zasowski, Sport Director of European Judo.
The bronze medals are going to Zhang Kexin of China, and the other one goes to Lucille Duport of France. And we have an all-Mongolian final. So the silver medal goes to Korludoi Bischelt, and the gold medal goes to Sosovaram Lakakvasuren.
The voters are given by Mr. Petersvili, President of the Czech Judo Federation.
We're back on the mat for the women's under 63 kilograms bronze medal fights. On this mat, we have Yao Tingxian from China in white and Tina Zeltner from Austria in blue. And right away, these two are in a very risky situation. And straight away, Zeltner got the ippon. And you know, as we've seen this many times in different tournaments, whenever they have this close contact with the belt grip, it really could go one way or another. And you can see in the process of doing ashiwaza, she lost her supporting leg, and Yao got turned on her back for the ippon. So quick finish for the bronze medalist, Zeltner from Austria. And I believe that's the first medal for Austria in this tournament. Okay, moving on to the other mat between Lerke Olsen of Denmark in white and Helene Vizu Dombeu from Cameroon. So the first African player we have in the finals today. So Olsen is 20 years old. She is a silver medalist at last year's World Junior Championships, and she also took a second place in the European Continental Open in Minsk in 2018. And Dombeu, she took 5th place at last year's African Continental Championships, and she's 31 years old. So she is a lot older than Olsen, and this is a fight between the two generations, junior versus senior. So Dombeu was also an African continental champion a few years back. And she's still going strong. Well, that was a mistake from Olsen trying to do the Sumigaishi and almost pins herself. And that's why they call it Sutemiwaza, sacrifice technique. When you don't do it right, you really open yourself up to be vulnerable for an osaikomi. Dombeu looks a little bit defensive, but the referee gave no penalty and allows them to continue. Well, both players seem to be a little bit hesitant to get a solid grip.
Okay, continue. You have it there?
And golden score it is. So Olsen executed the technique after the bell already rang. It wasn't on the bell, and that really shouldn't be any score. So Dongbeo looks very stable. She is definitely very strong physically, and Olsen looks a little bit tentative with her gripping and the technique. She can't really free that sleeve hand. Oh, there was almost a leg grab from Dongbeo. Olsen's trying hard for that Senkaku turnover, and she manages to trap the arm, and now she secures the hold. And Dongbeo doesn't even look like she's trying to get out. No, she does have both arms trapped, so her shoulders cannot move. There's nothing to do but to wait for the clock to tick. And Olsen secures the ippon and takes the second bronze medal in this category and the first bronze medal for her country.
The winner and the bronze medalist in the category women under 63 kilograms is in Royal Turkey.
So Dongbeo finishes 5th. Not a bad placement for coming from so far.
Denmark, Olsen, congratulations.
Obviously, it's a disappointing performance for her, but and that's still some Olympic qualification points. So coming up, we have the final of this week category between Lucy Rinshaw of Great Britain in white and Yang Junxia of China in blue. So Rinshaw is 23 years old, and she has a bronze medal from the European Senior Championships last year. And Yang is 29 years old, and she took a gold medal at the Grand Prix in The Hague last year. So both are strong contenders for the gold medal. And the first penalty for false attack goes to Yang. And Yang is dominating Renshaw's sleeve grip with her left hand, and Renshaw is having a little bit difficulty keeping her posture upright. And Renshaw picks up her first penalty. Both fighters are holding on to each other's sleeve grip. And in this situation, it's really difficult to execute a big technique when they can't use the power hand. And Renshaw picks up a second penalty for her passivity. And Yang is fiercely grip fighting to get control of the grips. And now in this situation, could go either way. Either Renshaw gets Ouchigari or Yang gets Uranagi. Anytime when they're so close to each other. Well, in this case, nothing happened, but you can never know. And the third penalty goes to Renshaw for stepping out, and that's something unexpected. The coach is really surprised that she lost a match like that. He is incredulous at the decision of giving this match away like that. And Yang takes the gold medal, while the silver medal goes to Renshaw. So with the under 63 kilograms weight category concluded, we're going to the medal ceremony for the under 57 kilograms. And afterward, we will have the medal matches for the under 70 kilograms category. The two bronze medals go to Lu Tongjuan of China and Lili Nerni, while the silver medal goes to Italy Di Parteliani of Georgia. And the gold medal goes to Arleta Podolak of Poland.
Co jestli nechceš vystřídat ta kamera? V pohodě. Mě by to potom oslákalo utíct. Budu pak se na Judo.
Ale to zberou na.
Ladies and gentlemen, the men's medal contest in the weight category women under 70 kilograms will now begin. Please welcome the athletes. Round 2, in white jersey, Ariane representing Georgia. Blue jersey,
And now we'll begin with the under 70 kilograms weight category bronze medal fights. So the two bronze medal matches are between Mariam Chanturia of Georgia in white and Sun Anqi of China in blue. On the other mat, we also have a Chinese fighter of Zhu Ya from in white and Aoifi Kolan from Austria in blue. So Sun picks up her first penalty for stepping out. Chanturia in white is only 18 years old. She took a bronze medal at the 2017 World Cadet Championships, and she also took a bronze medal at the Grand Prix in Tbilisi last year. As to Sun, we haven't seen much of her internationally, but here she is fighting for the bronze medal at this Continental Open. Chanturia picks up her first penalty for stepping out. And she looks a little bit more physically imposing. And Sun is trying to keep her distance to not get closed in by her opponent. As the Georgians are well known for their close contact throws and their pickups. Well, Sun came in for a drop Seonagi and gets turned onto her side to give the Chanturia a wazari. Well, Sun really has to be careful. If she's going to drop for that Seonagi, she needs to pop up right away. She can't afford to stay down there while her opponent still has her balance. Like I said, the Chanturia looks the more physically imposing one in this match. And Sun seems like she's struggling a little bit to put in any effective attacks. Well, T. Chanturia is ahead by Wazari. She does have 2 penalties. And with only about half a minute left on the clock, can Sun play tactically smart to force a 3rd penalty on her opponent? Flat on her back. Well, Sun tried to react with the Seonagi as Tichanturia pushes forward, but there was no Kozushi, and Tichanturia was well prepared for that. And it was a Teiwaza Gaishi technique, so a hand counter to that Seonagi. You can see Sun was desperate near the edge, come in with a Seonagi with no off-balancing of her opponent, and then gets turned flatly on her back. And that's the first one when she got countered for Wazari, when she came in for a Morote Seonagi. And the strength and stability of her opponent just is something that she can't really deal with from that position. So the first bronze medal goes to Georgia. And we're going back to the other mat to see the second bronze medal fight between Zhu Ya of China in white and Aoifi Colon of Austria in blue. So this is a good match because we have two relatively relatively far fighters from different countries. You know, one is from China, another one is from Austria. And both are young fighters too, around 23, 24 years old. Golan is a multiple-time Oceania Continental Champion, and she also took a third place at the Asian Continental Open in Hong Kong last year. And she really fought strong today to make to the final for the bronze medal. So I made a small mistake earlier. I've been commentating all day long and got a little bit tired. I meant to say that Golan is from Australia. And the coach for the Chinese team, or the unofficial coach for the Chinese team, but at least for this player, has been asked to sit in the audience area instead of behind the timer. So golden score, both players are down with 2 penalties. Golan has a small but very vocal Australian team behind her, giving her support. Well, Drew cannot just drop like that. You know, if she does that again, most likely the referee is going to give her a penalty. Well, Drew just came off the wrong side. I don't think that's going to be a score. And the third penalty for passivity goes to Zhu of China, and Golan of Australia takes the win and the precious bronze medal for her country. Well, it's a long way to come from Australia. They're really not many of them fighting and medaling at the European Continental Opens, so every medal is precious for an Australian player. Coming up next is the final of this weight category between Sarah Meckelberg of Germany in white and Gemma Hau of Great Britain in blue. So Gemma Hau, a little bit shorter than her German opponent. A big wazari from Harai Makikomi. And that scores a wazari for Meckelberg. Looks like Hao is working on that Jujigatami. And she gets the ippon. I think it could have been a strangle. I think it's more of a strangle than the arm lock. Well, Hao is known for her niwaza, and it's no surprise that she catches someone on the ground for ippon. So 28 years old, Jimma Hao finishes with a gold medal at this event. And that's her first Continental Open. Actually, no, this is a 5th Continental Open gold medal she has. She's a very experienced player. So now we're going to move to the medal award ceremony for the women under 63 kilograms category. The 2 bronze medals go to Leik Olsen of Denmark and Tina Zeltner of Austria. And the silver medal goes to Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain, while the gold medal goes to Yang Junxia of China. So we're moving to the under 78 kilograms weight category bronze medal fights. So the 2 bronze medal fights are between Lucia Tangore of Italy in white and Daria Kantsevaya of Belarus in blue. And on the other mat, we have the other bronze medal fight between Vanessa Durao of France in white and Ma Zhengzhao of China in blue. So here is the fight between the Italian Lucia Tangore and the Belarusian Daria Kansevaya. Tangore is 30 years old, and she had a silver medal many years ago, about 10 years ago, at the Birmingham World Cup, which is now known as the Continental Open. And her opponent, Kansevaya, from Belarus, is 20 years old, 10 years her junior, and she is the bronze medalist at last year's European Under-23 Championships. So you can see Tangore is working on that Chujigatami, and Kansevaya manages to turn out. Well, Kansevaya first scores a Wazari from the Aramakikomi. And now Tangore has all to do to bring back the score. Well, on the other mat, Ma of China just won the first bronze medal of this category by Ippon. So Tangore is a professional judo player for the Italian police team, and she has been around for a long time on the international competition circuit. And a big seonagi, a good entry, got a contact, but lost the grip. Otherwise, it would have been a very spectacular throw. Oh, she gets counter for that seonagi. Tangore had a nice entry, but she gets countered backward, and her coat, and she taps from the shimiwaza. Well, either way, it will most likely have been judged as a wazari from the counter throw. So came in strong, but then she gets countered backward, and then Kansevaya followed up with the shimiwaza, and that forced a submission from Tangore. So the second bronze medal of this category goes to Kansevaya of Belarus. Coming up, we have the final between Natasha Alsma of the Netherlands in white and Fanny Estelle Posvite of France in blue. Osma is 22 years old. And she took a bronze medal at the World Junior Championships back in 2015. And her last Continental Open medal came from Minsk last year at the European Open, European Continental Open in Minsk. And Postvite is a young player from France. Well, she's a little bit older, at 26 years old. And she had a bronze medal at the Senior World Championships back in 2015. And last year she won a gold medal at the European Continental Open in Madrid.
Si Markéta moc nepomůže od té, co měla předtím, tahle je snad ještě těžší.
Ona půjde s tou na frontu, ranky. Běhat. Aby to neutancovat na herci. To je dobrý, aby se to povedlo do médií. Aspoň jedna, no. A nemáme žádnou brojku. Máme pátý místo.
So halfway into this match, neither player is able to score on the other, and neither has a penalty. So here we have a tactical match. Well, it looks like this match will go to golden score. There's really not much big movement, big risk taking, and there are some attacks, but they're not effective attacks from either player. So unless someone makes a major mistake, it's unlikely to be decided by a technical score. Well, there was a big action right before the clock ran out. Now we're in golden score for this gold medal contest between Alsma of the Netherlands in white and Posvite of France in blue. Alsma came in for Haragoshi, but lost control of the grips. This is not very positive judo they're playing, and I expect one of them is going to receive a penalty. So Posvite receives the third penalty and gives the match away to Alsma. So Alsma of the Netherlands takes the win of the under 78 kilograms category. And we'll go to the medal ceremony for the under 70 kilograms before we head to the last weight division. So the two bronze medals are going to Miriam Tichanturia of Georgia and Auifi Kolan of Australia. And the silver medal goes to Sarah Michelberg of Germany, while the gold medal goes to Gemma Howe of Great Britain. Now we'll begin the last weight category of the tournament, the over 78 kilograms weight category. So the two bronze medal fights are between Galina Tarasova of Ukraine in white and Markita Paulusova of the Czech Republic in blue. And on the other mat, we have Anastasia Sapsai of Ukraine in white and Julia Swietkiewicz from Poland in blue. So we're looking at this match between Tarasova and Paulusova. And Ukraine has two fighters in these two bronze medal finals on different mats. And there's a little bit of size difference between Tarasova and her opponent, Paulusova. Well, in this super heavyweight category, the style of fighting is different. The pace is definitely much slower than the lighter weight categories. And usually either nothing happens for a long time or something big happens. So it will always be a surprise, and you have to keep your eyes glued on the match just in case something big happens so you don't miss it. Tarasova picks up her first penalty, which puts her on par with Paulusova, which also has a penalty, who also has a penalty halfway into this match. The local crowd's hope rests on Paulusova, who is really their only hope to get a medal from this tournament. Oh, big Seonagi. Tarasova used her weight very well to drag down her opponent. And she goes straight into a classic osakomi of Kisagatami, the scarf hold. And there's no way Paulusova will get out that one. So Tarasova takes the win. She came in for a drop Seonagi, not something you would expect, but she scores a wazari and goes straight into Kisagatami. And the thing is, at the super heavyweight category, if you get pinned by an opponent, there's a good chance you're not getting out. So First bronze medal goes to Tarasova of Ukraine. And I believe on the other mat we just had an ippon for another Ukrainian fighter, Sapsai. So the second bronze medal also went to Ukraine. So looking at the replay on the second mat, it looked like Sapsai countered her opponent's Kosotogaki attempt for the ippon. So coming up is the last match and the final of this weight category between Sofio Samkishvili of Georgia in white and Wang Yan of China in blue. Samkishvili is 18 years old. She was the European cadet champion in 2017, as well as the silver medalist at the 2017 World Cadet Championships. And not much is known about her opponent, and Wang just attempted a Kosotogari, almost got countered for a score. So she has to be really careful with that. So ippon goes to Wang of China. That was a quick finish. And it looks like Samkishvili hurt her knee a little bit. So the massive Wang Yan scored ippon with a massive Harai Makikomi. That makes it really the highlight of this weight category. And it was a nice finish to the tournament, to finish in style with a big ippon. So now we're going to the women's under 78 kilograms medal ceremony with the bronze medal going to Ma Zhengzhao of China and Daria Kasavaya of Belarus. Well, the gold medal goes to, the silver medal goes to Fanny Estelle Posvite of France, and the gold medal goes to Natasha Osma of the Netherlands.
judo winners. We invite the officials to take a final picture with the medalists.
And with this, we concluded today's event, and we have the following statistics for the medal table. And China took first place with 2 gold medals and 4 bronze medals, with France taking second place with 1 gold medal, 2 silver medals, and 2 bronze medals. The Great Britain took 1 gold medal, 1 silver medal, and 1 bronze medal to take third place, followed by Mongolia with a gold medal and a silver medal. And the 5th place goes to the Netherlands with 1 gold medal. So it has been an action-packed tournament today at the 2019 European Continental Open here in Prague. I hope you enjoyed following us in our live stream, and I'm your commentator, Lincoln Han. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
The silver medalist is representing Georgia, Sofia Sankishvili. The gold medalist is representing People's Republic of China, Yang Wang. The flowers are given by Mr. Judo, is president of the Czech Judo Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise up for the national anthem of People's Republic of China. Congratulations to the winners. We invite officials to take a final picture with the medalists. Dámy a pánové, já děkuji za vaši návštěvu. Dnešní stranu například v Teplicích.
I am Lukas Krpálek and I will fight in Ippon gear.